Good morning. Happy Wednesday, the 8th of, or the 18th. Jesus, criminy. Let's start over. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. There we go. And it's 15th of July, 2026. So, looks like everything's okay. Yeah, welcome to, hey, Anthony. Good morning. Buen dia. Hope everything's well on your side. So this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I watch on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are captured in the video. And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, and it makes a complete recording with full detail, full transparency, and full accountability. I only trade structured, vetted trades, which I have done the homework to verify have a positive expectancy by back testing and forward testing. And I only trade live, real time, never replay, never recording. And I execute here on Bookmap. Now, let's take a quick look at the numbers. Well, if you don't know now, it's too late. The numbers 730 were PPI, and it's been quite a bit of movement, but not anything like yesterday with CPI. But that was out at 730 this morning, and that's about all that we're going to have. Where am I here? Looking at the wrong stuff. Here's a PPI, and FOMC is going to be just having a little talking Fed now, and then there's not really much else on the agenda for the day. We are in earnings, and bank stocks it's not really gotten off to a full start yet, but it's getting gaining. Usually it'll take me 3 or 4 scrolls of the mouse to get down the list when we're really into full swing. But you'll see it's pretty much the banks were yesterday and got a few of them left today, and no majors are coming out yet. This is investing.com, which you can subscribe, filter for wherever you'd like. It's free. My thinking is that any resources I have, if I can keep them free and available to everyone that comes by the stream, that's what I'm going to do. Now, investing.com only looks at typical conventional earnings numbers and reports, and I like that. Notice that the header of each event title turns into a URL. So if you don't know what the PPI month over month for June report would be or would be about, you can click right here and find out all you want to know about it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Similar, but different. You can filter wherever you are, by the way, of course, and it's free. They have a calendar on this side, and they have a squawk box on this side. Now, the thing that I like about Financial Juice, contrary to investing.com, if they know that there's a potential risk to our auction that's going to occur, some event, Trump's going to speak or whatever, they'll try to pull it into this calendar, and or it'll be picked up over here in the squawk box, but usually only after the event happens. I appreciate that because in today's world, no political comments at all, but it's a real, the geopolitical risk is, I've never seen it like it is, to be honest with you. And I've never seen so much tweets and meetings and signings and all this kind of thing. But it is what it is. And so if we're going to be traders today, our primary job is to preserve our account. And in order to do that, the fundamental thing you need to do is risk management. Well, you can't manage risk if you don't know it's coming. So that's why I appreciate somewhat the intraday updates here on Financial Juice. So that's it for the news. Let's talk about the pre-market. Well, this is Bookmap, in case you don't know. This blue line here I affectionately refer to as Blue Boy. It's just a vertical line. I put it on the first print of each session. So what does this tell me? That's the first print of the ETH session, and here we are right now. There's absolutely no possibility that I do not have a grip on context for the session. And it's just slightly up. This was Globex Asia, pretty much flattened out. This little pop up here on Asia was who knows what. That was probably, it might have been London Open. No, wasn't. Who knows what that might have been? I don't know. So, IRT. First thing about IRT, which is my basic charting package, if you don't know, the header of all these charts have the instruments, the chart type, periodicity, and the session. So you can always tell what you're looking at. It's a real simple setup there's only 4 windows here, and this is the micros, and these are the minis. So it's not very hard to keep up with. This is the MES, the MNQ, and the MES high time frame, and then this is the market profile chart. And I don't change this from mini to micro, but I do change it from full session to RTH. Now, the higher time frame is probably the best way to start every day. Top down drill, This is the micro composite chart. Again, it's the micros, it's daily time frame, daily periodicity, and it's the RTH session. So each one of these candles represents a full RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile or continue to pull it. That gives me a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines here, and those values for those push automatically to Bookmap. It's just the high, and the low, and the high of this volume profile. The session prices also push automatically to Bookmap. So there you go. Let's see what we're doing for volume so far. Hi, Panda. What's up? 61%, okay. So Bookmap is this one, in case you don't know. The columns from right to left are the micro composite column, where I manually enter those values from the micro composite chart we just looked at in IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700. See the ETH high, ETH low, and it will continue through 1600 today. This is not just the ETH. This is the full session of the Globex. And up here we have the volume, the RTH volume profile and RTH delta. They'll reset this morning at 8:30. This is the statistics column, which is an important one for me, and the session prices. I don't have a dome here anymore on Bookmap because I wanted the real estate back and I wasn't using it to execute. I was executing in the active data columns, but I have the 2 most important columns from any dome, and that is the full level 2 book for all resting liquidity, ask and bid, and the prices. Now, I just keep everything real simple because that's works for me, and I only use volume, probabilities, or percentage statistics, and price. What, baby? So on the picking up where I left off here on the heat map or the chart, there are no indicators. There are only price, liquidity, and sometimes these volume bubbles here. And the way it works is there's just a POC for the full session and the RTH session. And POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, we've traded 160 or whatever, wherever we are here. 300, where am I? We've traded about 3,474 contracts at 76.01. Minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, that's where that POC will go. This is the Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price, which you could argue is an indicator, and you're right, because it's computed, right? It's calculated based on volume and price. And this is the RTH volume profile in the mid. Then there's the IB high and low, which sometimes confuse people. These are session prices, but by the naming, the IB initial balance, I don't know who came up with that. What those two levels actually represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's it. Nothing more complicated. Now the statistics column, which is pretty important. And the first thing we need to look at here is to determine the statistical open type. And that's very simple because there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare with the previous RTH close, which happens to be right there? It's higher. How would it compare with the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. So it's higher out of range at this moment. I hate these kind of days when it's close and I'm suspicious it's going to drop back in. But in any case, let's go with it. So the first thing I want to do is change the column title to higher out of range so that it accurately represents the open for the day, the statistical open for the day. Because when I look at a screen snap or the recording, or if you come through the stream and you glance at, you see this bookmap chart, you can glance at that header and know exactly what the relationship was from last ETH till today's RTH session. And then the next thing I'll do is cancel all or clear the notes from yesterday. All these statistics will go away from yesterday, and we'll go get the new ones applicable for today with the associated prices. Now, the statistics come from, and I know they're going to take it down here and tag out, so we're going to open in range. I know that, but anyway, let's keep going. Hate those days. The statistics come from this column, or this study. Here was yesterday. There's only 4 open types in statistically, right? Gap up, gap down, and these two. So here's higher out of range. The system looks back at the most recent 1,829 trading days, and we opened higher out of range 450 of them. Of those 450 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.2% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 76.2, and that's all. Ooh, that's all there is to it, but it helps if you get them on the right line, doesn't it? And that's it. Now I will just go down this list, but I'm not going to get real excited about this because I'm pretty sure they're going to close it so it'll be higher in range again, and there are differences. For example, the overnight volume point of control is 76.2, and the volume point of control over here is 80.8. It's a difference, right? But if you're going to do it, you might as well be accurate. The IB high, the overnight mid is 66, and the IB high is 64.4. Overnight mid is what is it? 74.4. And the IB high, 64. Wow, I'm all off here. 64.4 is the IB high. Oof. Tired. And you notice the initials, because when we open, this is going to go above wherever price is trading. And this one was wrong here. This is not 74. This is 68, 66.0. All right. I'm not going to get too crazy with getting all these levels in here and then have to turn around and redo them all, because that irritates me. Overnight high and low. Well, the previous close is 47.3. That's, get that in there. That's probably pretty nice to have. Previous high is 64.4. And let's see where they are. Overnight high and low, where'd they go? Overnight low is 34.9. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to put a whole bunch of these in, because there's very high probability, in my opinion, we're gonna close it. Right now we're an outside day and we're gap up. If they hold that. Where the hell did the overnight high go? Oh, way up here at the top. Football. 74.7 is way above me. I was looking in the wrong spot. There we go. I'm going to quit right there while we're ahead and wait until if we get it open, I can come back through and read. Let's see the previous POC. Let's do that one. Let's put that one in here for now, just to make sure it's there. 29.8. That's pretty interesting, huh? First of all. That's pretty weird, to be honest with you. I'm not quite sure about that. Right under settle. So that ought to be enough to keep us out of trouble. What have we got? The overnight high, overnight volume point of control, overnight mid, close, previous POC, IB high, highs and lows. Yeah, that ought to be enough to get us out of the woods here. And remember, these are just probabilities and statistics. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, targets, anything. But it's amazing how frequently they fulfill their destiny and become revisited by current price in this auction. Okay. In order to trade now, that's probably a good one. I need to activate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock and then selecting an account to trade. And then you can close this button. You get the real estate back. You get all your metrics, cancel and close. Next thing I need to do, very important here before I get too carried away with stuff, is make sure I have everything set up from last night, which it should be, but let's see. That ought to all be set. Okie dokie. And the multi-brackets went somewhere. Oh no. Multi-brackets, where, yeah, okay. You make sure that's right. Yeah. All right. So once that's all set up, then I have the multi-bracket selected. I may switch back to the hedging trade management. But at night, when I'm doing those trades at night, I can't do that because the hedge has no OCOs attached with it. So that's a problem. And now It's time for the world famous TLab snap. And you ask yourself, rightfully, what the hell does that mean? The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And is still, led, directed, whatever you say, by him. And this is why another reason why I stream is because I don't multitask worth a damn on this computer for whatever reason. Okay. Here we go now. And so every day, wait a minute. Let me just finish this one. Okay. Yeah, all right. Every day at about 8:20, I post this snap. TLab, you see that right there? I started doing it a long time ago when I was pretty active in the TLab because I would notice that right around the open, a lot of people had the same question. What's the POC? What's the POC? Whatever. So I thought, well, this might help. Give people the numbers that don't have the same kind of charting, the numbers that they might be looking for. And I continue it now that I'm doing the stream because support or camaraderie or, tip my hat to Tom and the people in the TLab. A lot of good people over there. It's now, Tom was a professional trader and has been doing it for like 48 years. I'm sure he doesn't trade anybody's money anymore. I'm sure he only trades his own account, but maybe not. He doesn't trade live, or it's not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. But there's a lot of good advice in there and a lot of good people. So I continue to show my respect. I was pretty active in there until I actually took Tom's advice. Or I think it was Tom. It was not. Maybe it was Rod. I don't know. That rather than spending a lot of time typing in a Discord room, to focus on your own market and trade that. And so I started doing that and narrating the market, and I realized that multitasking was a problem. So here I am with this stream. And again, it's strictly for my trading journal. And as I said, I only trade statistically verified trades which have been vetted by me, back testing and then forward testing and all the math and everything else. And I go through all of that later in the stream, usually every day. And I only trade live, real time, never recorded, never replayed here on Bookmap. Okay, but the purpose of this stream is not to be a trade calling, financial, or trade advice. But what kind of a journal would it be of my trading if I didn't trade? That doesn't make a lot of sense. So you just have to realize that this is just for your entertainment or whatever, and this is I'm allowing anybody to look over my shoulder while I do this. The thinking actually is that this is what I'm doing here and now, and hopefully it stimulates conversation in the chat and suggestions and ideas and answers, and myself and anyone else can further or grow their statistically profitable, consistently profitable trading business. So that's where we're at. And we're going to open in. I must be forgetting something these last couple of days. I seem to be way ahead of schedule, and usually I'm not. I don't script this. It's just, like a lot of stuff I do. So, yeah, that's the TLab. Ooh, that's the mom with the beautiful Vietnamese coffee. Thank you, baby. That's the TLab. We've set up the statistics. Looks like we're going to open higher out of range. So we're going to be gap open, gap up, outside day, and gap up all at the same time. The news is already behind us, but, if the ever-present geopolitical, Truth Social, Tweets Are Us, risk supply. What can I say? And, yes, I know what I need to do. Along the lines of backtesting, I do all of that here on Bookmap. And the way it works, Bookmap, IRT, and the way it works is you build a strategy, you code the strategy. The computer evaluates every one of these rules, in this case, every 30 seconds. And if there's a trader, then it will apply that to this chart, only for visualization. The chart has nothing to do with the system. You don't need a chart here at all. But I do it to make sure stuff is happening where and when I want it to. Right? And then you can back test, and the chart functions as a forward test. You can also do out of sample testing with IRT. And the other one that I'm currently working on is this one, which is a much more abbreviated, but it's based on the IB high and low, and then the percentages of the range. And what I'm doing over here while I'm talking is I've got to change this from the Asia last night to today. So it's this session. All right. And I think that's pretty well got it covered. Now, when we open, we'll be open. What can I tell you? And that's going to happen in about 2 or 3 minutes here. These levels from this indicator here in this system are pushed automatically to Bookmap so that I can have the visual references for trading it live with my live stuff in the real market. And that they're right here. There's the orb low, and then there's 25, 50, 25 in the orb high. These are still held over from Asia last night because it's we haven't opened yet, right? You see that it's getting ready to happen down here, and here are the zones. So we'll see what happens now. These are the values from yesterday. So when we open, it'll all make sense. Maybe. I think I went through everything pretty much. So let's hook in and hang on. Gonna open in about 2 minutes here, 1.5 minutes. Oh boy. Antonio, I hope everything's good over on your world, man. I wish I was there, frankly. This place is turning into a freaking zoo. People are shooting each other and a lot of crazy going on over here. The closer we get to the midterm elections, it's ramping up. Trump's got some giant campaign to try to discredit voting. Pretty amazing. It's going to have some big speech tomorrow night. So the story goes. Pretty crazy. And the news cycle is so short that people seem to forget. Here we are. We're going to open right now. Where did my mouse go? There he is. Okay. Oh, thank you. Aggregation. Oh, so there's a lot of volume. I don't believe it for a minute. 620, that's been in there a long time. That's been in there since last night at 6:30. All night that liquidity's been laying in there. And here comes our little levels from Bookmap. 2 Bookmap from our IRT so far until that session changes and gets straightened out. I'm going to change the change IRT to the full session. I mean, from full session to RTH now. And complain about the lags a bunch, I guess. All right. Well, what happened? Up we go. Okay, we took out that liquidity. That seems to be a regular thing nowadays. That's starting to be a pretty safe bet. Going to close the gap up here from the other day, which we had not closed yet. Haven't closed our gap this morning, and we did open outside outside of range and gap high. See why it's a good idea to See why it's a good idea to put those abbreviators down here? We know that was the previous POC and that this was the IB high. But I do. We don't. I do. Well, the low is the low and the high is not quite the high here yet. So it looks to me like, let's see if we get one more push. Now, come on. Here's IRT. Oh, I forgot the gap rules. Look at there. Look at me go. Gap rules, and I forgot the open, and I forgot to type all kinds of things. There we go. Yeah. Well, and look at the liquidity stacked up over here. What, baby? Notice how this opening range high or the orb high keeps bumping up a little bit faster than the IB. Interesting that the session prices refresh. Not, I mean, the indicators from that particular. Now they're together again. From that study is a little bit ahead of the session prices, whatever that means. And welcome to the stream. Besides Antonio, anybody else that's about, like, subscribe. You know, if in lieu of all of that, just send money. That's no problem. Yeah, live trading only. Yesterday was a nice trading day. It's about 63, 64 ticks. One trade by the numbers, exactly. And the way I'm doing, we'll get into how I'm doing this now in a minute. But first of all, we've got to get Blue Boy on the job for the RTH session here, which is this little guy right here. And where did 8:30 go? Right about, can't ever get him exact, but right about. That's going to be good enough, I guess. Well, the IB is still forming the initial balance, so we know that. That's by definition, remember, the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Here's our open. So this is the gap high. Or whatever day this is. They took out all those liquidity that sat in there all night, and they've still got one more up here at 30. Boy. Everywhere you look, something weird. Horse is off to a good start. He's immediately lined up on the other side of the fence from the orange one. Hey Antonio, you ever trade bonds? Just curious. I was talking about that with Anton last night. One of the reasons I started doing the Globex streams was to get away from this bullshit, excuse my French, but this political crap, it's Truth Social, Tweet Brain guy and all that nonsense. It just drives me crazy. So I was thinking if I could find an instrument or a session where it was less prevalent, that would be something to do. And that hasn't worked out too well with the ES. But I got to thinking bonds might be a real good alternative, which is not, a lot, real liquid, slow moving, yes, but I don't think nearly as susceptible or volatile to this craziness. I don't think. Just checking. Just curious. I have not ever traded them. Really. I used to watch them back in the days, but I never really did. And I have to look about whether the margin and the rates and all that stuff with AMP and with Lucid here. But curious. Well, we're in a pretty, one other thing, let me just, where the hell am I now? All right. Oh, selling off. Somebody said something, huh? So at the moment, we have the IB high formed first, and we have just put in a new low. So they're pushing the range out a little bit. Still haven't closed the gap, or the outside day. They haven't closed the gap at all, but they haven't closed the outside day either. So let's let's get back to, I touched briefly on how the statistics work and how I pull the vetting to process together. Well, one of the problems that I have is I'm older than dirt, and, you know, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm certainly not a code warrior from somewhere fancy. So this takes me a long time. Very accurate when done properly, which it is, but it took forever. So what I'm trying to do is not, my focus is to have a consistently profitable trading business, and I need to vet more setups. Because essentially I've got one bullet, right, around the IB. So I'm diversifying my data stuff, and I'm trying to lean on other applications. We're going to close this, about ready to close the outside bar here in a minute. Pushing down considerably. Anyway, so what I'm trying to do is, the way I'm approaching this is to, and what this system is based on here, which we'll trade today, by the way, forward testing, if it has a trigger, is based on the edgeful data, and it is these are percentages of the range, and they're, you know, they update and recalculate dynamically. That's what's pushed across to Bookmap. But the data that I'm using now is this edgeful stuff. So this was last night, right? So you can see where I quit. I haven't looked at the outside bar one, and I'm not going to, or the gap close. I'm going to jump straight to the IB, because that's typically where I end up. So let's look at the basic report, which is by weekday, first and foremost. So based on this, for a Wednesday, and the days do matter, you can see that a lot. Based on Wednesday, Wednesday, let's be the other Wednesday. 76% probability we're going to single break one of the IB high or low. 20% we're going to break both, and at 4% we won't break out at all. So as we start to plug along here, the reason that I was noticing which level formed first is this is important, and I need to get rid of these customizations, these custom filters, which we add as we go along here. No, I'll get rid of those. Wednesday is correct. Yep. Okay. Those are from last night. So it's important which formed first. If the IB high formed first, which it has done so far, then there's a 70% probability we take the IB low first. I mean, it's kind of intuitive, but you know, you just have to follow along with the filtering here. Another pretty handy thing that I know Antonio likes TradingView, and I had never really paid attention to it before, and I say that with all embarrassment because it's really a handy tool. If you subscribe to Edgeful, you get all of these indicators which they've built free to use. I don't use them much. I use the session indicator, which is this thing here. I use the IB indicator, which is this thing here. And last night when I quit, I predicted that we'd come into this range, and I had and the system that I've developed that is just running here on whatever this is, TradingView, took a trade right there, right by the numbers exactly as it should be, and there's a double target right there, right smack dab in the center of that range, and that was just done by pulling this line across. Okay, at the moment this was the high. Let's look at the high. Let's look at the IB here. Let's look at this range. And that was just, looking at support and resistance. So certainly not any kind of a fancy, but that was done. I put that box on there last night when I went to bed about 10 o'clock, 2,300, 2,200. And then in the course of the night, based on whatever this spike was, which is truly an anomaly. So, that's talk about lucky. At midnight, it zoomed up here and grabbed that. And that was a double profits there, double targets. The code is pretty easy to put together, and this is that backtest. But the point, that's not the point of this conversation. The point of this is that here is the IB starting. Now let's get rid of this obnoxious purple thing here. I hope I know how to do this. There we go. And we're going to change these stats over here quickly I'm going to turn this guy off. This is the one that will run through the day, I think. I don't even need those on, but anyway. Most importantly, let's get the IB thing going over here. I want to have the dashboard running. That's this thing up here on the left. This is really such a slick program, and it's so easy to move around and see stuff compared to the software that I do use, IRT, and it's professional grade and all that, but maybe that's just a fancy way of saying it's a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. I've used it for a long time, and it has a lot of functionality, but man, you know. Okay, and I want to get rid of this one, the dashboards I'm talking about. Now, so this is now set up for the range. The IB is forming out here on the New York, and we're 25 handles wide so far. So we're just getting off to a start, and let's do that. Pretty slick. I wish I could figure out how to push stuff. I suppose I can, because the code is comes together pretty easily, seems to. I probably can figure out how. I don't know whether they export data or not at all. I mean, I have no idea, so I don't know whether you can export. For example, I'm thinking of, for example, session prices and that kind of thing, which I lean on IRT for. And which I share with anybody that wants them. And I think a lot of people in the TLab still use them. I don't know. I should probably try to figure that out at some point. Maybe nobody does, and then it wouldn't matter. But I think a lot of people use them. I share these links. I start publishing the session prices at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through 1600 on Friday. Free for any, if anybody wants to just drop something in the like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link. It comes from, I push them up to Google, and it comes down, so it's completely virus free and all that noise. I hope, that's the idea. But anyway, it's everybody seems to have known about TradingView except the old boomer over here. Nobody told the boomer. But it's really slick way to zoom around, and that's ties together with the data and the vision. And then it makes the visualization of the data real easy for me. So here's our high, here's our low of the IB so far, and there we are. IB high first, IB low second. Here's our zones. And remember that we have 25 or whatever it is handles across there. So each one of these zones is 6 points. Not, yeah, exactly. Whoa, look at there. The old guy does math. 20 to 26. Isn't that cute? Because these are just 25% of each, quarters, in other words. Now we're doing something that I swear every day I need to just figure out how to not pay attention to vetted trades and trade them. Just picking these swings off as asymmetric trades, meaning, okay, up, we go, and then we don't get back up again, and we got a bunch of volume, and you throw a trade on there short, because it's an asymmetric relationship. It's, here's 75, there's 1 point high, and you put a stop right there. If it comes back there, you're wrong. Simple. If it doesn't come back there, what happened? You've got 20 something points. Same thing with down here. Test, test, test. Up there, doesn't come down to here. You throw a long on there and ride it for as far as you can ride it. I mean, I'm really starting to think of simple stuff like that as an approach in addition to the vetted trades, because I need more options, I think. And, you know, you can use all the TLab and all the, you know, vernacular you want. Well, this is the outside high and the developing value area high here, and we came across this low volume node and all that stuff. But it's basically mean what I'm referring to is mean reversion trades early in the session, based around the opening swings. But, and there's, you know, I don't know. I haven't listened to Tom's stream for a long time because I'm in the middle of doing this, but sure it's, you know, similar to the way it used to be, I suppose. Well, got a lot of liquidity going on over here. I might lighten this heat map up a little bit. That's a little better. All of that, you notice that my heat map is so different than a lot of people's book map. This is the last price. It's not the bid they ask, it's the last price. I don't have balls and whistles and colors and crap going all over everywhere. For me, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what anybody else is doing. Whatever you do that works, if throwing a bag of cow shit at the wall tells you how to make a trade and you're profitable, good for you. You know, buy more cows. What can I tell you? But for me, when I see some of these people's book map, I can't see price. I don't know how they trade it. I'm actually in awe of them for trading successfully and trading that way, because I don't even see the price. But good for them. Like I said, you know, this is not absolutely not in this stream is absolutely not intended as a my way or the highway. This is just, I'm throwing out there what I do, and I would really appreciate any kind of suggestions or comments or, you know, sarcasm, whatever. I'm easy. I got pretty broad shoulders. I used to have a representative screen snap. I think it's probably gone away now. Let me see if I can see that quickly. Problem is I make so many snaps every day because that's how I keep track of stuff, you know, that I want to paste somewhere else. So I don't even, sometimes I don't have any idea. Ah, yeah, here we go. Now, this doesn't say anybody's name or anything, so that I'm not stepping on anybody's toes, I don't think. How the hell how do you trade that? This is a screen snap from some trader in the TLab, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure that was it. And good for them. Like I said, I really hope, you know, that this is fantastic. I hope that if somehow they're interpreting this and they're successfully trading it, that's really super. I can tell where price is because I can see bid and ask over here. But through the middle of this, I have no freaking clue. That would not help me even a little bit. I'm in awe of people that can trade that. I think it's really great. It ain't me. We've had a VPOC migration, which is Antonio's favorite. Oh, by the way, Antonio, one of the things that I did do in this trading view, you're going to think this is pretty funny. Maybe if you're still hanging around. In this one, which is trading right now, look at here. There's the IB retracement, the developing VPOC, and then the breakout and the rejections. So it does trade them. I mean, and this does work. So I'm narrowing down on the being able to vet the migrating POCs, and I will certainly share that information here on the stream. Because it's, you know, as we've said so many times, it's the obvious setup that everybody wants to develop first because it's so freaking obvious. How can you miss the yellow brick road here? So I'm going to get there one of these days. I hope I get there before I'm dead. Or broke. Got a ledge, which I hate. So they'll jump over that ledge and either rip it up or just come falling back down when they hit the liquidity at 76.10. Let's see. 20, I mean, sorry about that. It looks like they're going to zoom up to the high, towards the highs now. We've just crossed the first 30 minutes, so, you know, got another 30 to go before this is a thing. Okay, so. What music I put on? I don't know who's having a harder time adjusting to Tam's new schedule, me or her. Getting up at 4 this morning. I think I like the 4 o'clock better than the when I have to leave at 9:30. Because this way I can focus through the entire trading day until 13:30, and then I gotta go get her. Anyway, it is what it is. Life is what happens while you're making other plans, isn't it? That's for sure. Welcome to trading, risk neutral trading. Yeah. So my approach to trading here is not showing up. No, where? Oh, yeah. There we go. The way I'm approaching this to develop a consistently profitable trading business rather than a video game or gambling or anything is to follow in the footsteps and the advice of the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world that have ever been, actually. Jim Simmons is still the most profitable, consistently profitable. The Medallion Fund, Reliant Technologies, the most successful hedge fund ever. Over 60% return year over year for 30 years. Think about that. Absolutely 100% based on statistics and probabilities. They refused. He had a rule never to hire anyone that had been in finance. They were only PhDs, physics, math, people who had done good science. They did a lot of Monte Carlos, and it's still he's dead, but to this day, it still remains one of the most successful funds going. And guys like Sosnoff and Ed Thorpe, also famous. What they did and recommend is that you identify something that happens frequently, because you don't want a system that that trades once a year. I guess it wouldn't be great if you made enough money, but and then you identify the rules which validate an entry for that trade and backtest it. So you get statistical data to validate whether, and do all the math associated with that to determine if it has a statistical probability or expectancy is the key thing you're looking for. In and of itself, win rate is absolutely useless. It's just YouTube BS by itself. With win rate and risk to reward coupled with that, that is the math that you use to determine or to calculate your expectancy, which is how much does that setup, how much should you expect that setup to generate every trade? Dollars or points. That's expectancy. And that's the win rate minus the average winner divided by the loss rate divided by the average loser. That's the formula. It's really simple. That's expectancy. So what I've done is, and then the next step in that process is, after you've identified that, you lean on the law of large numbers, and whenever that setup presents itself, you take it in the live market. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to your bottom line. That's also, coincidentally, the exact business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of the house, the casino. So, I think there's a lot of positives there to follow along. Anyway, what I've done is I've done that. I'm around the initial balance because they were obvious, and that's what I was saying earlier. I need to get more bullets because once the initial balance is over, I'm kind of done. So there you are. And we got just 20 more minutes before the initial balance sets, before it is a thing. And if you don't know what the initial balance is, that is a statistic that happens every day. Everybody on the planet knows about it. It's been around since the market profile days back in the 80s. And it is very simply the high and the initial balance high and the initial balance low are just the high and low of the first 1 hour. So these are going to continue to go up and continue to go down until this 9:30 Central Standard Time. At that point, that becomes a statistic level. And there's math behind that. What's the probability that the high or the low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session? And that's calculated, anywhere you can do it anyway, but it's this one. It is the most probable statistic in all 4 open types. And today, whoops, hold on a minute here. Gotta recalculate that. Here's the IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, so we were right with higher out of range. And wherever any level that has been revisited, it changes the text color from black to blue. So far, we've revisited the overnight POC and the overnight high, and the previous high. There you are. Anyway, the initial balance high is up here. The IB, 97.8% probability today that the high or low will be revisited at some point between 9:30 and 1600. That simple. Can you trade it? Not very well, because it's, you got a lot of hours. You got 6 hours to go there, and it could be the high, it could be the low. What's the probability of them both being taken? 25.3%. Both will be taken out. 25.3. Remember that right there. Let's see if the edge fall. Now, this IRT statistics only looks back at the last 1,829 trading days, not days of the week. And it calculates these statistics based on the open type, those 2 criteria that we went through at the beginning of doing the pre-market. So, and it differs from the edgeful stuff. The edgeful stuff is more, I believe, more precise, because not only does it base on which one is formed first, it calculates on which day of the week. Let's just look at the standard and see what the hell it says. I don't know. 1,800 days. That's a long time. Let's look at let's punch out to 5 years. It's more than 5 years, but anyway. There's 250 trading days in a year. Well, double break, 26.71. What do we have? 23 point something in IRT. Pretty close, right? And this is less days than IRT. So this is the similar statistic. Now, the difference is that this is saying they further break this down even more so than IRT, basically, which is single break, just one or the other, the double break, and no breakout. So there you go. And then we take it into the days of the week. And as I pointed out, I think, come on, wake up. Well, we don't need 5 years anymore. Let's make it something different. Let's look at 2. I have a problem with the years here, and my thinking goes like this. Do I think that some trading strategy or technique that worked 3 or 4 years ago would work now in this crazy environment? I don't think so. That worries me, and that's a problem, because once you start drilling in, you don't have enough data points to be statistically significant and outside of the possibility of random distribution. You know, if you stop and think about it, if you filter by days of the week, if there's only 52 Wednesdays in the year, right? 52 weeks in the year, pretty much. So that's a head scratcher there. Anyway, let's get back to I'm just trying to think. Remember that my voiceover is just providing thinking what I'm thinking to the journal and the recording. So essentially, I'm talking to myself here, or talking out loud, or thinking out loud, or whatever you want to say. And we haven't traded back up, but beware. Where'd my mouse go? If we trade up here and take out the high again, all of a sudden then the IB low will be the first formed. So these can flip back and forth several times in 1 hour. Easiest perhaps viewed over here. And this green line and the color of the box here is an indicator called continuation candle, and all it is, it references the opening print to the current closing candle. If it's above the open, it's green. If it's below the open, it's red. It's kind of an indicator of bias, I guess, on the IB. And you notice if we come up here just a little bit more, we're going to punch that IB high, and then all of a sudden the low will be the first formed, which makes a difference, as we know. So that's how that works. There's also and I have the continuation candle set for the same time frame as the initial balance, so everybody's on the same page. And so I have them. This is a 5-minute candle, so just throwing that out there. And when we get ready to close, there's two more filter elements that come out of this, which is the closing zone, ending zone, I think it's called, and the IB size, which is this percentage. And those are entered down here, the ending zone and the IB size. So there we go. Just keep it along, keeping it going. Lot of liquidity. Wow, that's as close as you can get and not do it, isn't it? Huh. Damn. That's about as close as you're going to get, I think. Did it? Did it put in a new high? Let's check. I have to look at TradingView to see. No, it did not, according to TradingView, put in a new high. Now, at the end, once the IB is formed, it will flush out all of these, say which one was first formed, has there been a high or low, has been broken, what, right? But at the moment, I just have to look for a little gap. You see there's a little gap from the top of that bar to the... Wait a minute. Let me turn that thing off. Ah, here we go. Oh, come on. God damn it. Anyway, you see there's a little gap at the top of that bar to the high. Not so here. Didn't quite get there by a tick. And so, if the high remains the first formed, the expected level to be broken would be the low. That would be the most probable under these circumstances. But we still have the closing zone, which is not got a couple candles to go, or the ending zone, or whatever they call it. And the this will stay pretty much the same, the percent of the IB. Now this would have been a perfect location for the asymmetric trade. And this is one of those deals where, what do you think about liquidity? Does it put the lid on the pot, or does it act like a magnet? Looks like it was a magnet. Looks like it was the lid on the pot there. And that was just a gap high too, by the way. Look at there. They closed the gap from sometime, the 10th of July. And now they're falling out of bed the other direction. Did somebody say something? Let me guess. Tweets or us is up to no good here, I'm pretty sure. I don't see any other craziness afoot here yet today. So good. Let's hope Trump's phone broke or something. I'm so tired of that. And again, it's not any kind of a political statement, but it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Have one meeting a week and say all this crap. You don't need to be yelling and screaming and typing and texting at 4 a.m. and all this weird shit. It's just so crazy to me to see the United States of America's foreign policy being made on social media at 3 a.m. by tweeting. I find that so weird. So weird. Anyway. And nobody cares what I think, so that's another important part. Well, now we're down here where it's looking like the likely suspect will be low, isn't it? And that is going to be the ending zone will have some dramatic impact there because of the the way the percentages are assigned. And maybe there's a lot of nuances to this thing this edgeful stuff I don't know about. If anybody does, please share them. Drop something in the chat. I'm just, learning as I go and showing everything. Transparency. And if I break my rules and take a discretionary, I do have some discretion that's seeping into these trading decisions, because I'll show you here in a minute. We haven't put in a new low yet, but just let's imagine that we have, because let's imagine we have these filters. We don't. The next step in this system is the retracement. So let's assume that we break. Let's make that the same. Okay, 1 year customization. What do we got? Wednesday. Well, we need to do some modifying over here. We don't know the initial balance size yet. Let's assume that that we break the initial balance low, because that's down there where we are. Well, there's an 81% probability that we retrace to the 25% level. 59% probability that we retrace to the 50% level. And only 18% we make it to 75. What does that mean? Well, if we break the low, there's a 81% probability that we're going to retrace to this 25% line. 60% probability we're going to retrace to the 50 right here. Now there's only a 18% will get to the 75. So what I would do, I would want to see it come across the 50 to maybe this RTH high. That would be like a discretionary entry. That's what I did yesterday. Rather than just blindly or mechanically taking them on the various levels. So that's, I recognize that that's some discretion seeping into the pot. And again, I don't think it's advisable to front run. And that could be with my advice, and $5 you can get yourself a Starbucks. Probably. I don't know how much Starbucks is anymore, but I get them frequently with Tam when we're coming home or something, but she just orders them on her phone, and I don't even know how much it costs. I'm terrible at that, about that. Well, we have 30 seconds, so it's going to be pretty obvious where we sit, right? And what we're going to want to do here, and I'll explain how this works. The ending zone is determined by the closing price of the last candle within the IB. And that will be this one. There it is. Okay. So this candle closed right here. This one will close outside the IB and there we have, it's been set, and we know that. So we've got 32%, we've got 25 handle range, and the high has been set first. So there's the high formed first, there's the low formed. We didn't take it back out. Now the way these percentages are assigned is as follows. Opposite the first level formed, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So this zone is the 50 to 75. And we've got 32%. So let's jump back over here real quick like a money and get to the rejection and go to the customization and go to the 50 to 75 and go to the, I think that was it. And now let's see what it says. Well, there's 100%. That's pretty good. There's a 100% probability the IB high was formed first. There's a 100% probability we're going to break the IB high first, according to this, looking back over 1 year. With those filters, those final filters input. Now it's 50-50 by going back to 2 years. I find that pretty hard to believe. So what do you do? Nothing. I don't think there's anything to do. Or I'm looking at the data wrong, or I don't know. So, okay, given those, no problem. Let's take it to the next level then. Very definitely, I would not try to front run because it's 50-50. But I would look at this, which uses the, we got to do this one again also. Wednesday, any size IB. I think it was that, wasn't it? Let's see. Yeah, 32. Okay. So, here are the probabilities. If we take the IB low first, breaks down, there's a 60% probability we retrace to the 25. 65% we retrace to the 50. 52 and 28. So my strategy or my thinking is that I will be a good little boy. Here, RT. I'll wait till one of the IBs breaks. And then I'll look at the retest test. I'll look at the levels and zones, and I will make a trade accordingly, as opposed to trying to front run it. Makes sense to me. I don't know. It shouldn't come as a surprise that this is just a blender sports so far. I mean, there you are. Closed the outside range, did not close the gap. And it's blender sports, you know, they're just grinding them up. Retail soup. These kind of days, I am hard pressed to take a breakout because of the, you know, what's the day look like? Well, it looks like it's a balanced day. It looks like it's a mean reversion day. So if it comes up and takes an IB high or something, I'm kind of, my tendency is to think about a mean reversion trade. I'm trying to figure out how to interpret that out of it, the Edgefield data. The way I think about it, the way I am trying to look at it at this moment is, so let's pretend it breaks the low. Break down as low as it takes the bottom and break out top. Well, there's an 80% probability it retraces to the 25% level, 65 to the 50. So the way I would approach this from a mean reversion point of view is if we take the IB low, I would be looking for an asymmetrical mean reversion trade back to the 25 and then to the 50. You know? I think that makes more sense than waiting for the retest to the 25 or 50 and breaking out. I think. And the breakout doesn't need to necessarily mean to be break way out of the range. But if you get back to the 50 and you trade it up to the IB again, that's the basic target, as I understand it, from Edgefield. There are levels that give the probability or the percentage of time that various percent of standard deviation are achieved. And that's another report over here. That's where did it go? That's this thing, levels. Where'd it go? Levels. And it keeps going to the wrong freaking. So these are the this has got to be changed. Where did that go? Custom range. Oh, you can put in whatever you want. Okay. So if you want to look at the breakout days, breakdown days. So this would be this is the percentage of times that these levels of standard deviation are achieved, as I get it. Back over here. Oh, we're gonna break the low, it looks like. Oops, sorry about that. And these are a hard call when it comes down here and does that, because typically everybody's looking for the breakout. And they're trying to see if we're going to extend the range somewhere. And if you look at the difference here, look at the divergence between the ES and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has come all the way across the range, closed the gap, and looking out the bottom door. The ES hasn't even closed the gap. That's a big divergence. I think that's why a lot of people are trading the NASDAQ or the MNQ and probably doing, and never mind the size, you know, what is it? This is 977 and 6, so there's 350 points, 330 points in the IBs. Wow. You pick up the right side of a swing there, you doing really, you know, made your day. The problem I have with that is in Bookmap, I always stayed subscribed to both NQ and MNQ. But the amount of data was just phenomenal. And why isn't this showing up? Oh yeah, MNQ right there. This looks pretty weird. maybe I will do that again. The NQ is almost 1 million contracts. No, it's all 89,000. Wow. What's going on? Real light volume or what? 57% volume. No wonder it's all over the board. That'll do it. Now I'll have to give some real long, hard thought about what to do here if they break out. Would it be a mean reversion back? Or would I, in a tight stop? And that's another discretionary idea there, is moving the stops quickly like that to a discretion, you know. We have mid and well, look at them go now. Some stuff below us. I think with the big divergence in the between the ES and the M, is this thing plot? It doesn't even look like it could be right, does it? Look at that. Big divergence. There's the IB. Well, while I'm busy talking, they did that. So there's the IB stat in play. Now I need to think about what I'm going to do. Am I going to play the mean reversion back to these ranges, or am I going to play the breakout in it? I may not have any opportunity. But if this, remember, there's an 80% probability that we're going to trade from down here to here. And a 50% or something. 65% we're going to get to the 50, to the mid. Well, if you got long with a mean reversion, what's happening? There's the outside range. Opens at the mid. I don't know. I don't know what to think there. Yeah, that would have the mean reversion. Sorry, the mean reversion rate is ticking right along. Well, I'm going to sit on the data. What I'm going to do here is trade the data. Let's see if we get to 25. Let's see if we get to 65. If we do, then I think then there's a 20% probability we get to the 75. I'm going to just go with that. And looking at the correlation with the NQ also. We didn't quite get to the 25 yet, and we may not. I don't know if any of this dirty little liquidity laying around here is meaningful or not. I guess so. Well, it looks like the bet was the 25 south, huh? Or not. I don't know. Who knows? So far, we got a higher low. With a balanced profile like this, it's kind of suspicious. I'm not exactly, I don't know what to think about the breakout idea. The stats say what they say, so I'll have to go with that. Now, if it gets back to the 50 here, which is scary because we're above the VWAPs in the mid, and there's the high just above us, which could be a double take, but the target and the first target could well be the IB low again. And this is not to say that I'm going to get any opportunity, but based on the statistics, let's see what happens. Well, it took a short, and why did it do that? I'm not sure why that traded that. I have to look and see. I must have a percentage around this short value to within a certain, within a percentage of the 25. So we'll see what happens on that one. This is just for fun, this is just an algorithm that I built over the weekend for something to do. To try to learn something. Well, there's a whole bunch of support or resistance, whatever you want to call it, right here from yesterday's IB or yesterday's RTH session. And that pretty much was the bottom line right there. Well, there's that 25%. Let's see if they get it to the 50. It might be an opportunity for the hedge trade management. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that right now. Anton's not around. That's his idea. He worked that out and uses it frequently. So the problem with it that I found is unwinding the hedge properly, because you end up being in full mini. 10 micros and 1 mini is how the hedge works. So if you unwind it wrong, you're a couple hundred down, considerably more risk in dollar terms or tick terms than this micro or than this multi-bracket. Well, we got to the 25, but we didn't make it on up to the 50. I guess I could have interpolated that. But that's one of those discretionary moves that I'm trying to not do. But when there are two differences, I typically with IRT, I mean with the edge full data, when it's a short, I'm looking at the 50s. Now, shows you what I know. There's 08 and, you know, there's 8 handles right there. Remember that the orb only set right here. But none of this was a breakout. The breakout was right there. Breakdown, I should say. Breakout, whatever. And with the current multi-bracket that I have, so if I shorted the 25, the stop is 6 points, which is right there. Well, yeah, right there. That would be T1, and that's also T1, right? Stops up here. T1's there, and then T1. T2 is way down below it. I don't know what to think about. Should have, you know. I'm not sure how to deal with this, obviously. I hope it's obvious that I'm not sure how to deal with all of this clutter in the middle up here. And when it comes to the difference in the probabilities, you know, there's 62% probability we're going to get to the 25 and 80 that we're here. Well, we made 80. And then how do I just use the common sense like the Globex? There's the VWAP and there's the mid, there's the next VWAP. I don't know. Getting kind of spooky for Trump time along here for a Trump dump. You know, it's about his time to come out and do something. Do something vile. Hey, Anton. I was just talking about you in the hedge story here a minute ago. Got the data of 80% probability in today. We're going to pull back to the 25, which we finally did. But 62%, we'd come up to the 50, and I was waiting here, and you know, it looks like they're going to train left without me. Train left without me. There's quite a big, I don't know whether you can see it or not. Look at the divergence here. Look at the ES is just a chop fest, or the MES, and look at what happened to the NQ. MNQ. Amazing. Nearly 400 handles. 100 handles. 977 to 567. 510 handles. Jesus Christ, is that right? I have my shoes off, so I can usually do math all right, but that's That'll make your day. And it's been pretty, except for this little pullback here, it's essentially just been out the window we go. There we are back at the previous high again. We opened gap up and outside bar today, so yeah, it wouldn't either. I was trying to make a case for myself with the mean reversions down here, based on the 80% or whatever it is, I forget. Yeah, 80. Based on all the filters and the IB size and all that, and we broke the IB low first, 80% probability we retraced to the 25. Absolutely did that. Another 65% we get to the 50. Well, I was apprehensive about the mean reversion here because of looking at the NQ and looking at how the session context so far was short. So I thought it made sense to wait for the somewhere in the middle of the 25 to 50 up here. And it didn't get there yet. Now I'm starting to wonder if they're running out of gas down here at the bottom. They've tested it 2 or 3 times, hasn't gone any place, and let's see what we got to do up here. Remember the gap rules. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted in previous value, then there's a high probability we trade across the gap. We have done neither. Here's the gap low and the value area high. So we haven't been accepted in either one of them, more or less rejected out of it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's been, as I was pointing out over here, come on, man. It's been a freaking chop fest up here, just retail soup, you know? And now consolidating down here. Waiting for something, I don't know what. Warsh is still testifying, maybe that's it. But boy, the NQ didn't have any problem throwing everybody out the window. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. One of the issues that I've got so many issues. I need a dumpster here for them. But anyway, with Edgefill, I have to keep reminding myself there's 2 sides to the coin. So when there's an 80% probability we're going to get to the 25, that's likely a good spot for a mean reversion trade back in, rather than waiting for the 80 to 55, always looking for the breakout. I got to get my head massaged around. I mean, I articulated that and talked about it here while we were looking at it, but yeah, but a big but. Yeah, that's the value area high right there. Boom, 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 boom. From yesterday and the previous low. So far, our low. Now, Edgeful has got a gap thingy over here, which I don't usually look at, but there is one. Do I even? Yeah, gap fill. Okay. Let's see if I can break everything here. That all stayed the same. Bi-weekday, Wednesday. What other settings do we have? Well, that's kind of non. There's a 62% probability we fill the gap based on all the rest of this stuff. Means downside. Not a lot, but 75, 90. 15 handle. I guess that's a lot. Damn it. It doesn't remember some of these custom settings when I move off and then back on. Not that it's real a big deal, but well, something was different because now we don't have 82% anymore. Something changed? Oh, yeah, for the days of the week. Day of the week. There we go. Well, good for you. That's great. My book map doesn't give me much trouble, but I am way past overdue with IRT. Lagging all the freaking time is all. Now, TradingView, I've had a couple of interesting. Well, first of all, I had this spike right here went exactly to my target into a box that I drew looking at these levels before I went to bed. And it was long from down here at the 25. That was kind of funny. And right now we got a short going on over here. This is that algorithm thing that I've done for something to do. I don't know. They can't seem to make any headway to the bottom, can they? They can't seem to get down there and close that gap, no matter how they try. Barely closed the outside bar. The drawing tools in Bookmap suck the big one, as far as I know. I mean, as much as I know how to use them, they suck a rooney. That's why I have Blue Boy going on over here. Only that's the only thing. That's the easiest thing for me to do, and even changing the colors and all that is, yeah. The rectangles don't go along with price, and some of the guys in Static were bitching about that. Harry and what's his name? And what I do, rather than try to draw those boxes, is I just use a horizontal line, and then at least it tracks across the whole session. Well, we're going to get up to the 50 now, and then I can take my short and see what happens. What's got me spooked is two things. The time of day, this crap here. Oops. This crap here, chop, 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 chop. What are they waiting for? They can't close it. They can't get past the IB high or the value area high. But look at the frickin' NQ. Oh, here we go. Now we're going to get up to the 50 maybe, huh? Now what are they going to do with it? The mid, the VWAP, ETH high. These have already been tagged out, but what to think now? Scary, actually, to me. The price action on the ES, I don't like at all. On the MES, I don't like at all. Put this big consolidation down here and then fluff around and zoom back over here. When NQ, and NQ is actually doing the same thing. They're tracking back up again. At 4 o'clock get up this morning with Tam, so I'm a little sleepy. Well, I guess I should have believed the data and gotten short, huh? But I don't know that it's going to be, it's still not the 50. So there's still a 62% probability we get there, and another 20 something. We only get, only 20 we get to the 75. Which is it? 7607. Yeah, it did on my MES as well. It did on the MES also. So I missed the entry here at the mid and the VWAP, I guess. Shit. Over. Mean reversion to 76.18. I don't know. Now I would feel like chasing it if I were to throw a short on it. And that was right by the numbers, you know. Well, not right by the numbers, but that's something that I have to figure out a way around, and maybe there is not, other than just discretion. How do I, extrapolate between the two separate datas when one is there was 60% we get to the 50 line, 80% we get to the 25, which was, so what do I do? I guess look at the obstacles, and that would have been the thing to do, I guess. That would have been, right there would have been T1, the way I have it set with the multi-brackets this way today. Shucks. That's disappointing. So is this a breakout and a retest? I guess it is, huh? There's a consolidation, breakout, retest, and now they're going to fall out of bed, I suppose. So excited. That was a real opportunity that I blew there. Well, there's Antonio's VPOC migration. Look at the damn thing go now. Now it's going to fall in line with the NQ, I guess. See, if they get into that value area, they're going to get down there to the 90 quicker than you can say don't, I think. A lot of liquidity sitting there, though. Look at that list of stuff all over $1.50. Oh, the 13th, I'm getting rid of that thing. There we go. Now we go. Well, I'm sure glad I missed that entry up there and wussed out on not taking that. That's really great. I'm my own worst enemy, I think. I don't think I know. He who hesitates is lost, right? Somebody said that. Somebody a lot more clever than I. I don't know how I can get over the fact that I just got to throw fear out the window, or this, why I am experiencing that, why I didn't take that trade. I mean, something's wrong with me, or has happened, from 100 and something trades a day in the beginning to, and this is just a, low risk test beauty here. What? It's really crazy. One of these days I'm thinking I'm just going to have to get in here and just throw caution to the wind. I don't know what to do. I keep wanting to be in line with statistics and with the trade methodically, systematically. This was it, and I didn't do it. And what a beautiful trade. 15, what is it? Yeah, damn near 20 points. Boy, damn, I can't afford to be my own worst enemy here. I got people that depend on me. Well, there's one take profit I got out of this the system here on that spike down. Still one contract left, however. And this is just that algorithm that I cobbled together over the weekend, and it's fun to watch, It's doing a lot better than me, but here's a breakout and retest, the second one. Now we've broken high, we retested down, we broke low, we retested back up. Now what is going to happen? What's going to happen now? I hope you're whipping and spurring, you guys, and making some money. I don't know what I'm going to do, but got to do something. Wow, 24C. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. I think I'm going to have to get back to using the hedge idea and figure out how to unwind the damn thing, because that seems to be. I'm assuming that the fear and the trepidation that I have here putting a trade on when I've been standing here talking about it for a freaking hour must have to do with that. Some, the fear of some bullshit inside of my head somewhere, I guess. Monkey boy, I suppose. I don't know. I don't. Let's see what's happening over here. Else, nothing. I wonder what anybody else is doing here. And then when it happens, unwind that leg. Is that the idea? Yeah. Well, if I had Vetters to work through the day, I would be taking them. But I mean, this was yesterday was I did it by the numbers and it was fine. Today it would have been great had I done the trade by the numbers that I have had pre-stocked since the frickin' before the open. You know, it's just so frustrating. I didn't realize. I look around. I look down. I got shorts on. I don't see my skirt. You know, but I must be changed into a girl somehow or another. God damn. Not that girls aren't great traders. I don't mean to be sexist, but you get the joke. You get the joke. I hope. Used to golf in Wyoming. Oh, okay, you can imagine the guys in Wyoming. Mike Stafford, big, strong guy who ended up having Stafford well service, and they'd move rigs and do all this kind of stuff, and we'd be out golfing, and he'd whiff the ball, and he'd go, God, yeah, my husband can just knock the cover off that thing. And it was just strictly meant tongue in cheek, you know, but boy, really. That's how I feel sometimes here. Unfortunately, if I could get Ying to trade, she'd be better at it than me, I'm sure. She's really, really has a propensity for math and lightning fast reflexes and logic, but she does not even interested. I think she would definitely do, hey, Magic, what's up, dude? Don't tell me you made $1 million, you got paid, and you got your runner on, or I'm going to throw my toys. I'll jump out the window. I'm giving up on those. I did the last, I think, of the Globex things last night. It's just cramping into my homework, and I don't think it's futile. I have coded up and I have gotten those algorithms in TradingView to work, and the trades are hitting based on the stats. But I'm not going to stand here till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the freaking morning. So. Yeah, I'm telling you. Well, one of the things I did, and I was telling Anton yesterday about that, about we were discussing your box idea, high and low, and I've got the both Edgeful and the TradingView algorithm, so I can scrunch that orb or the opening range breakout down to and test it out and back test it. So try to figure out that. I got to do something here. I'm dying on the vine. I just completely wussed out and did not take the trade that I've been stocking all day based on the data. So 1,000 lashes. Hmm. 1,000 lashes. Well, we're there now. We're there right now, brother. Or we're at the 50% on my day anyway. Are you talking about 50% on the RTH? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good, nice mean reversion. I was talking about that earlier with one of the things with edge fold that I have to keep my mind around is, for example, when we break out, which we did here, took the IB, well, there's an 80% probability with the data that we're going to pull back to the 25% zone, and a 60% probability that we would pull back to the 50. So rather than taking the mean reversion here, like I should have, I think, because we're in a rotational day, not a directional day, then I didn't take this one when we pulled up actually to the stats and went the other way. I think it's because I'm just useless, I think, is the bottom line. You know, you look up useless in the dictionary and there's my picture. So I guess that's it. White House weighing an additional extension of Jones Act waivers as renewed conflict stirs price fears. If you're asking me something about a dictionary, I don't know what it is. What's up? The Jones Act is an amazing thing that I'm so shocked they haven't gotten rid of that years ago, but they did at least put it on pause for this story. Warsh is talking, so that's probably what's swinging us around here. Mr. Warsh, Fed boy, the new Fed dog. I was going to do something over here. Now I don't remember what the hell it was. Hate it when that happens. Welcome to the stream, whoever out there. Throw something in the chat and say how do you do and where are you, and you know, send money. You know, that the usual. I was gonna do something and now I completely forgot. I got over reading the chat upstairs there and forgot what I was up to. I don't know. Me don't know. So my little algorithm took the T1 and then stopped on the T2. But it stopped because on T1 it trails to entry. So it's one contract, however many points that is. 605 to 92, about 12 to 13 contract or points. Well, I always get confused by mean, mode, and median and all that, but isn't the mid actually the mean? Or is that POC? Yeah, never mind. Freaking middle. Good trading there, Magic and Anton. Glad somebody is. Are you trading NQ or ES, Magic? Because you got some, you've got 500 handles on the NQ, right? Or MNQ, I guess, straight up NQ. Yeah, I'm thinking about that also. Doing maybe a different. We were talking about it yesterday. Maybe looking at bonds. I don't know. You know, I've never traded them. I haven't watched them before, but I want to do something to get away from this craziness. Especially Tweets R Us. That just drives me nuts. And it's a short trip. Yeah. Well, once upon a time, I was funded once. I used to trade NQ on TraderBait, you know, but that was before it was nuts. I remember when we used to have to trade, we would switch from ES to the NQ. This was before the micros, because in the summer, because the summer would get so slow, the ES might move 8 points in a day, in a whole session. And there was more volatility in the NQ. God for those days again, huh? Yeah, I gotta screw your head on a completely different way to think about trading the MNQ, but I got to do something here to break loose, get funded, and get some money made, take care of the girls, or go find a freaking job. Which is pretty. Possibilities are slim and none about that for me at this point in my life. Age and all that. Nobody wants to, unless it's remote. And it's so frustrating because, I'm sure you've all experienced the same thing, or I hope you haven't, and that you're just successful. But it's like the feeling that it's just there, just one little microsecond away from consistent profitability, and just making those payouts or taking the profits or whatever it is. And it's really, really weird, frustrating to me. I have a nice trade yesterday, and by the numbers, and here sets up exactly what I was stocking from before the RTH Open, and I didn't take the trade. I'm also going to just force myself, which would be strictly discretionary, because I don't think I could code it to backtest it. And maybe that's a big part of what's hanging me up. I don't know. But you know, these outside now, of course, you don't know whether this is the low or this was the low or this was the low or this was the low. The only way I know to think about that is that it's down here, comes up and doesn't get anywhere. So then you call that a mean revert or an asymmetrical trade and trade it back to the middle, or up here, the same idea, you know, comes up here, doesn't take it out, comes back up, doesn't take it out, bam, short. And just have a real tight stop. Asymmetric trade. If it's 2 or 3 ticks, you're wrong, and adios amigos. I think that on your box idea, Magic, what about stops? Other side of the box or something? None of my business. Just curious. Just curious. I think I may resubscribe to the MNQ here on Bookmap. The reason I unsubscribed was it was just sucking the, you know, all the oxygen out of the room in terms of storage space, because I record all this stuff and keep it, right? To be able to go back and replay and back test or whatever. It was sucking all the oxygen out of the room as far as size goes. Because there's so much volume now. There's so much data coming down the pipe. That's the problem with IRT also. Mama's now, she's making me mad. She goes out there and knows I'm hungry. And she doesn't say anything. She just starts, and the smells come wafting down the hall. And I'm going, feed me. I'm tired. I got up at 4. pretty methodical. It's amazing how they're just not breaking down, and NQ had no problems. Wonder what the regulars did. Same story over here. 567. 955. Essentially 400 handles. Doesn't take a lot of those in the day, and all of a sudden you got a pile of money sitting around. Or you're out of business because it, you know, that's the part about leverage and volatility that so many people don't look at both sides of that coin. And I'm sure I look at it way too much. So higher highs, lower highs, lower lows, VPOC migration. Yeah. Did I forget to turn on the music? What's going on here? Oh, no. Won't burn right through them. Okay, well, then. Okay. So Kevin Warsh is still testifying. Is it Kevin? Whatever. Warsh is still testifying. Not that I guess that's probably having any impact on our market, but his first testimony. Yesterday there was a lot of conversation about it in the post-market news or post-market BS like Tasty and stuff like that about him saying all kind of dramatic things that impacted the market. Still haven't closed the gap. Isn't that funny? Or tagged out the previous POC or the previous IB high. Now we're probably going to do that right now. No sooner do I speak than that's what happens. Yeah, 90's been in and out since forever. 90's been in and out since it was the POC from the from somewhere. Not sure this is making any sense. One of the problems that I have with Bookmap, I've noticed, first of all, this is the full session, right? This started plotting at 1700 last night. When price runs back and forth on these RTH, they plot even at night and therefore calculate the VPOC and all that. I don't like that. That irritates me. After 9:30, after the open, okay, great, no problem. But yeah, when I'm looking at the evening or something like that, I notice that this is chugging right along with the. If it was making new lows, for example, below here, these are going to go right down with it. Oh. Settlement seems to be a little bit of a what is typical, to be under, as to be expected. It's a big level. And I'm sure that 1 or 2 ticks is good enough to close the gap. Haven't really been accepted in value though, particularly. Bump in, bump out. Jump in, value. Jump in, jump out. Jump in, what's it gonna do? Yeah, all right. Ooh, the boss is calling. That's a good sign. Right back.
Well, lower highs, lower lows. What is that, Einstein? It's a downtrend. What's the context? Boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom. Open. Yeah, it's a downtrend. I'm busy enjoying my wife's repast here, but I keep forgetting that I can take my phone and watch the market while I'm at the dinner table because of the stream. And I wanted to do that. Or the table. I shouldn't say the dinner table. The dining table. There we go. Okay, that was good. Now I'm back. Whoa, settlement. They closed the gap. They got the low. How low can you go? Almost closed the damn value too. Ah, wow. That's more like it. I'm sure glad I didn't take that short at the 55 up there and still be sitting here on it. Or the 50. I mean the 50% pullback area. When I missed my entry right about there. Wait a minute. Right there. That was the... That was it. As driven by the data, for anybody who doesn't know. Yeah, well, remember you got the value area low below you, and you got that liquidity at 80 that's been sitting down there. And of course the overnight low. Okay, let's see here. Take a quick run around the roses and see what I'm doing. There we go, it's book map. We're way out of bounds here. IRT. Let's see if anything happened in these. No trades over here yet because no trigger. On this one. On this setup. And I don't know what's going on here. Nah, this isn't being pushed. Never mind. Forgot about that. Good for you, man. Congratulations. And what happened up here? Well, short again. Short. No, not short again. TP1, TP2, stop at break even. Because it's the way it's set up, it trails after TP1. And then nothing up here. Only takes one trade a day. You know, I find that I may be just my brain, but what's left of it, but it seems so much clearer and more, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Looking at this trading view thing, then all of this noise around bookmap. That's one of the reasons why I keep the heat map jammed down to around 200. Is to just keep some of the noise out of the way, and why I only have the last, you know, this is essentially a line chart of the last price. And the only lines that are over here is the VWAPs, the POCs, and the mid, and then my levels, which are being pushed from my RT. So seems almost, you know, which is exactly the same as here. Now I don't have the market profile, volume profile here with the, you know, POCs and value, which I do have up here, but I don't think I can do it. I don't think I have the right plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I got something else off over here. This one here, I think, and then oh, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I don't like this delta thing very well. That seems pretty crazy. I suppose there's a way to do something about that, but maybe all of this crap is something, I don't know. Yeah, no kidding. I've been finding myself my homework period. Oh, look at us go. Here you go. There, Magic Boy. Magic Man, excuse me. With the box, with percent of box. I don't know how to do all of this shit here, to be honest with you. There's got to be a way to do something there. Total, delta, up, down. What's that do? That's like my old ones. That's like the IRT's version here. Delta, I wish I could do a thing that just had delta instead of this bid ask and all this other BS. Anyway. Never mind. Cancel, close again. There we go. Well, good for you. I'll look back at the notes above and see where you took your stop and stuff, and then when I do the replay tonight, when I'm looking at my homework, I'll figure out, try to get some insight as to your thinking, because I think you guys both trade much better than I do, from the sounds of it. And it's obviously what I'm doing is out there for all the world to see. Yeah, this is so much cleaner, isn't it? Excuse me. And boy, there was that 25 short, but I don't know. Here's where the short should have been. Based on the data, based on 25 to 50, it was 82% probability we'd retrace to the 25. And 61 or 2% probability we get back to the to the 50. Well, that's, you know, about us. You got to interpolate that or do something with it. And I guess this would have been the place to do it. I guess. I'm wrong. 80 and 65%. Okay. Yeah, me too, Anton. Yes, it does. Actually, they all do. Even the real trades, well, not the ones that I do manually on Bookmap. Jesus, here we go. You know, clear across value. Man, I'm so glad I'm not short. Yeah, I have them set up to trail automatically on TP1, on TradingView, and I have done that before with Execution Pro. You can do it with do you trade with Bookmap Magic? I don't think you do. If I remember correctly, you don't execute on Bookmap. There's a way you can do if you use multi brackets. You can also use Execution Pro and have it. I'll show you right now. Boom. Okay, where'd it go? Execution Pro. Okay. If you do this, yeah, God, I know. Oh, shit. Every time they redo them. Every time they update or something, you got to do that. I guess you know. Anyway, so if you come down here to break even, you can set it to whatever trail you want to have, where you want it to break even. So if you're using multi brackets at 24 ticks, obviously you would set this to 24 ticks, and then the first time price got there, it would trail to break even plus stat. That's how to do that. And on the, wow, look at it go, son of a bitch. And on the TradingView one, it is ones. It is market sessions always does that. God damn it. All right, I'll show you who's boss. Let's get over here. Yeah, it's a tick mark right there that I had coded in. So when T1 happens, bing, bang, bomb, there you go. In other words, here's the short, there's T1, it automatically trailed to right there, and that's where the stop came and got hit. And in my stuff on IRT, same way, I can have it trail to break even or whatever else. Okay. I'm stuck with it. I bought the damn thing, you know, so I guess that's another problem that I have. Well, look at him go. Son of a bitch. I can't watch it, making me sick. Damn. One thing definitely don't do is IRT. It was a great program, but it doesn't keep up with the data. And as you know, there's a 12-second lag right there already, right now. What's going on? Nothing. Maybe it's got something to do. You know, this computer's plenty of horsepower, and I've got OBS running on just the GPU, so it just can't keep up. That's for sure. Well, if you guys want to get long, I can short up here at the overnight low, and then it'll go all the way back to the VPOC. Probably. Sierra Charts has got a lot of capabilities too, but it's kind of on the order of IRT, and it's steep learning curve. Cheaper though. I don't know what is it. What is the subscription to ATAS for the full Monty? I don't remember when I looked at it. Whatever. When I do when this thing is having lag problems, if I do the resources utilization stuff, the session prices is the one that's taken the longest to recalculate. So, and that's the one thing that I really, I couldn't disconnect, because then all the people that lean on it would be screwed. But maybe that's gonna come down to that. God, it's 11:30 already. Shit. This is probably stupid, but wow. I could look it up. Never mind. All that food. Now I'm in a coma. I just look back here, in the rearview mirror, of course, and the trade that I was stalking, that set up, that happened, that I didn't take, and I think I'm my own worst enemy. Look at this without any heat, whatsoever if you just let it run. 35 handles there so far. With no heat, no problem, no stress, no sweat, no strain. Just down you go. And the first take profit would have been over here, so you could bring it up to, I could have trailed to break even and then just, gone to bed or whatever. Truly amazing. And the rear view mirror, obviously, like all rear view mirrors, so clear. Apparently they're not liking what Mr. Warsh is having to say. I assume he's still talking, maybe not. Or didn't like what he had to say or something. No, he's still going. Oh, no. The hearing ended at about 15 minutes ago. SpaceX is trading below the IPO now, so all the people that came in on that excitement have paid, the profits to the insiders took all the profits off, and now the IPO's down below where it was issued. Manipulation at its finest, though. Son of a bitch. Son of a gun, sorry. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the old-fashioned gap rules have come true once again. Yeah, absolutely. The old gap rules say that if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if we are accepted within value, high probability that we trade across that value. And that's exactly what we did. Funny how those old things. Or maybe I just remember them when they have come true. I don't know that, Here's today. One thing about, if I'm not mistaken, trading view charts, you cannot trade them with Rhythmic. And you have to be with some broker that's executing with CQG, if I'm not mistaken. And I think ATAS is CQG also, isn't it? Well, they're going to run out of daylight here as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to take my midday break and shower up and all that stuff. They're pretty quick. Really disappointed. Damn. Really disappointed in myself. For not stocking, bad enough to not know a trade opportunity and not take it, but to stock it and stock it and stock it and then not take it is, I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, I've never done that either, but I just curious. ATAS is desktop or application or just desktop? And I'm just being lazy and not Googling it. Sorry. Yeah, it is. And it's just stupid. I mean, I understand all of it, rationally, I understand all of that, but why I didn't do that is just freaking beyond me. I mean, typically when it's one I've stocked and it sets up, I do it. But that's just really, really amazing. And I don't know how to get around it. Just start scalping, say I'm going to take 100 trades a day or something, I don't know. Really, I can't afford not to fix it. And going back and replaying doesn't do me any good. I mean, I know what the hell happened right there. The stream is clear as a bell. How do I adjust my mind to realize that the fear or that the missing is much worse than the cost of doing business, which is taking a stop? How do I got to figure that out. Maybe I need to have go out and sit in a teepee or something, for 20 days. Oh, that's cool. Can you set up stuff like my zones and things here where I have the IB and these percentages of that? Or is there a way to code up that stuff or something with them? I'll have to Google it this weekend and look into it in depth, because I really lean on this stuff and I don't want to start a whole new idea now. I need to be making money and trading, not reinventing the freaking wheel. And I'm so prone to go zooming down rabbit holes. Hmm. And that's a big problem with Bookmap. That's another reason why I continue to lean on IRT. You can't code up any of this stuff in Bookmap either. But using the custom indicator and the data export from IRT, I'm able to push all those kinds of things over to Bookmap. Well, I tell you what, I am sure disappointed. Top of the hour here, I've got to, or maybe now. I've got to go get Tam at 13:30. So I want to take my break and spend a little time back here and then go get her. Yeah, I'm gonna mute off here and be back in a flash. Okay, so now we're going to go the other way. Wow. And what's that based on? My, look at them go. Wow. All the way across the entire range to the open. Okay. I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering what the hell brought all that on. What's the spike up here all about? Who said, is this when the close of Warsh or? Oh man, what a disaster. Okay, well, anyway, I'm out of here at the bottom of the hour. I hopefully will be back before 3. Huh. Seems like that can't be a sure thing anymore. Well, there's the retracement to 50%. Instead of right here when I missed a trade. Here we are. I don't think I'm going to try to do that now, but that's pretty amazing. I wonder if anybody took that long. I certainly didn't. Wow. Look at it go. I couldn't tell you why that's doing that. Oh, we got short up here. That's probably not going to work out too well. So here would be the B. Here's the breakout, and then pulled back to the 50, and short. See what that does. This is all just in the simulated environment. This system is taking the trades. I'm not even watching them. Short squeeze. I think that's all that is. Plain and simple. We were down here, and now we're squeezing them up. It was just the buying tail. No idea what this spike is all about, but 1146. Who knows? Well, My. These days are so crazy. I'm going to be ducking out of here pretty quick for the run. I'm not sure what'll happen with getting back. It seems to be up in the air lately. Normally it should take about no more than 40 minutes, but anybody that's passing through, thanks for stopping by. Like, subscribe. See a lot of views, but I don't know what happened. I don't know how that works. Anyway. Yeah, it's my risk neutral trading, my virtual trading journal. So here we are. Missed my planned opportunity. Pretty disappointed about that. Fear, I guess. FOMO, or risk avoidance, I guess. Stupid is another way of looking at it. So I'm going to get organized here and get ready to go. Well, we closed out the gaps. I don't know whether we've tagged this one out yet or not. I think so. From the looks of it, we should have. Oh, definitely. Okay. So, yeah. Thanks for coming by. I see lots of views going by here, but I don't see anybody ponying up. Saying hi. That was my trade location based on the data. And I just stood here and didn't take it. And what a fool. Look at that. Wow. 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 Oh, wow. Truly amazing. All right, I'm going to step out here now for the school extravaganza. The run. All right, I'll see you later. Well, the best laid plans of mice and men here. I can't seem to. Night magic. Yeah, well, anyway, so that's the. I'm going to pull the stream down now. Thanks for coming by. Like and subscribe. That's super. There's a lot of views here, but I don't know if anybody's still around or what. Anyway, the stream is every trading day from 8 Central Standard Time until 1500, or when I get back from the run here. So nothing I can do. All the best. Thanks very much for coming by. I really appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Trade safe.